Hey there, strangers. It's time for another 2 p.m. PST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strangebro Jim, and today we are getting ourselves back into some coding. Today is my Sunday coding stream, although you probably won't be seeing me do that much coding. um, so the point of this is that I'm currently trying to work on my game that I've been working on for a while now. I've been doing quite a bit on the um, I've done about as much as I can. Well, I mean, no, actually that's incorrect. Um, I'm currently trying to work on um, um, the art assets for the game, but obviously there's a lot for me to animate. Um, I'm currently wearing the artist hat, and because I'm wearing said artist hat, things are going a little bit slower because I'm not an artist. I don't consider myself to be one. Um, so the art assets and everything has been pretty slow overall. Um, with everything all said and done, um, we're trying to get uh, the necessary art assets that I'm trying to make that are very specific to the game. Now, if, you know, if for some reason this game kind of takes off, then I might be able to, like, actually hire some additional help, later on. Um, but obviously, I'm not doing any kind of Kickstarter or anything along those lines. I'm not doing any kind of, um, uh, I'm not like I'm not a team. It's just myself at the moment. And right now, um, this game is pretty disorganized at the moment to uh, not even trying to set up a team right at this moment of time might make more of a situation where I'm going to be basically flailing around. So, um, the um, now the other side of it is that this helps me kind of keep moving forward when it comes to trying to learn, trying to develop, and try to keep my skills, if you can call it that, um, still uh, well in shape, I guess you might say. So, okay. Looks like everything is pretty much ready to go. I think I pretty much have everything that I need to have open right at this point. Wait a minute, I need to check one last thing though. Oh, right, yeah, okay, that could present a problem here. Um, Might have a little bit of problems on this. So let me go ahead and correct this. Sorry, I know that you guys can't see it right at the moment, but I forgot that um, I didn't free up some space on my main hard drive, so I need to transfer a file over while I'm recording this. Alright, that should be good, so let's go ahead and get right into this. Alright, so, um, so just to kind of get back to where we were last week. So, um, we were having some problems with, um, you know, images, appearing off center, um, appearing to be um moving out around quite a bit. Um, and it, I wanted to fix those before I got too far away um, from animating all these. If I started getting back into the programming side of things, I might forget everything that there is to forget about the Inkscape. So, um, so I figured I would set the um, I would work on trying to get everything kind of cleared up, um, fixed in such a way where I won't need to necessarily worry about that. Now, this is kind of delaying the animation for the enemies right at the moment, but that's okay. That's okay. We can get there. Okay. Um, you know, we're walking the marathon here. We're not doing a short sprint. Okay. Um, you know, um, one of the things that um, tends to um, catch a lot of people is that no matter what you're doing, okay, um, no matter what. I mean, this applies to pretty much anything, really. Okay, if you're trying to set yourself up with a goal, okay, you want to get to a certain goal, right? Okay, you have that finish line ahead of you, right? You're not going to be able to, jump from the the starting position, ready set go to the finish line in a split second. Okay, you're not going to be able to do that. Okay, um, unless you set yourself up with like really simple goals, like I'm going to take a drink, goal complete. Okay, but here's the thing: even this kind of goal still had kind of some steps to it. Okay, if if you break it down. Okay, um, some might be really simple. Okay, but some might be harder than others. Okay, it all depends on what you're capable of doing. Okay, and some steps of that goal, might be harder than others to put that foot forward. Okay, and that's the reason why I do these coding streams the way I do. Okay, it helps me keep my feet moving towards the goal. Okay, and it keeps you guys informed as to what I'm doing to get there. So, um, I'm not doing any kind of shortcuts. I'm not doing any kind of work in the background, you are seeing step by step of what I'm doing on this particular project to reach that final goal of releasing this game on mobile and PC. So, um, yeah, it's gonna take a minute to get there, folks. I understand. Okay, but there are, there are plenty of steps, especially when it comes to designing and building a game application. You know, maybe you want to build a bookshelf. Maybe you want to build a desk. Um, maybe you want to exercise. Okay, that's a common one that a lot of people have trouble with. I do as well. Okay, um, if you have um, if you have the ambition to try to get to a certain goal, just in um, objective, then you know it you know the you just need to kind of keep on putting that foot forward and continue with that kind of pace. Okay, you may stumble a little bit, but you have to kind of stand yourself right back up again and continue walking forward. Okay. Um, so, um, so right now I'm working on the human assets, the art assets for this game. Okay. I'm not gonna be doing much with them. Okay. I'm not doing like, you know, uh, Monty level of animations here. Okay. I'm definitely not that talented. uh, if you don't know who I'm talking about with Monty look him up. Um, you know, uh, he was an animator that did um, his own. He did his own projects, Haloid and Dead Fantasy, and he did it by himself. Okay, so if you look at those videos and you're not impressed, I don't know what to tell you. uh, it's just too bad, may rest in peace, though. Um, Life cut too soon. Too soon. Um, but the thing is that he had a passion for what he wanted to do, and he kept on working towards it. And he had his fun times as well. He had he enjoyed you know other things. I mean, he wasn't like a robot. He wasn't like well, I mean, some people might call him that. But he wasn't though. He still enjoyed dancing, martial arts, playing video games, and so on and so forth. Okay, but he still had his passion for animation. Okay, and you saw it. Okay, I didn't know the man personally. In some ways, I kind of wish that I did, but um, at the same time, um, I kind of with everything that was kind of said by those that were around him, you kind of understand. So you can kind of see, how much he was able to do, but yeah. Hey, there's Ziltera. How you doing? Welcome back to the stream. That's sus. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so enough talking there, Jim. Let's actually get to some actual work here. So, um, last week we verified all the animations for the warriors, um, making sure that they didn't really have like any like major graphical glitches in their animations. So we're gonna move on to uh, the construction workers and make sure that those are in working order. So, uh, and I bring up this little GIF maker because it's like one of the easiest um, tools that I have to try to get some animations to kind of work for me. So one second while I bring up the human construction workers here. All right, so we're going to go right down the list here. All the workers that were carrying forest, general, mithril, sunstone, and water, of course. And then we're just gonna go uh, make sure that each one of these are working in as intended. So, oh, you need to be faster. All right. Oh, come on. I wanted at 0.5 here. There we go. Okay. Do I see any kind of major glitches or anything along those lines? Am I seeing any kind of major problems? No, I'm not. So that looks like it's pretty decent right at the moment. So we're going to move on to the next one, which is going to be facing to the right. Any problems there? No, not really. Looks like we're doing okay there. I do have a problem with the bag seeming to be really off his shoulder though. Nah, but I'm not gonna go too nitpicky on that. It gets the job done, and that's as much as I'm really uh, looking for the most part on this. So, I mean, I'm not an artist, so um, so I need to kind of uh, you know get the get as much as I can get done to try um, to be able to kind of release the game. So, what are you working on there, bud? What are you doing? Okay. Um, so for a while now, I've actually been trying to build a game on Unity. So, um, I'm trying to apply my computer science degree and build something myself. Um, so, but I got to a point where the free art assets that I had on Unity were not to the style that I wanted for the game. So, um, my art my art assets for it just got to a point where they were good as placeholders, but now it's getting to that point where I need something more. So I've I've currently put off my hat for programming right at the moment, and I'm currently trying to work on the art assets for the game um, to make it playable. Now, um, uh, if anyone's kind of wondering the idea, you know, um, I'm taking some of um, the style of the game is going to be similar to a game called Majesty. If you've played Majesty before, then you kind of understand what I'm kind of going for a little bit in that, I'm trying to design characters here that are going to be, walking around all over the place, and you're going to have like a top-down view of those characters. Okay. Um, Now um, the Majesty was more of an isometric look and feel to it. So mine isn't going to be an exact match of it, but um, it's still going to be a top down. Um, the um, but I needed to get these art assets done, constructed, so that I can be able to move them around the map without too much difficulties. Mm. Okay, this right here presents us. I'm gonna let this part go a little bit. Okay, here let me kind of address this here a little bit. So um, so we are on the carry construction worker. Um, Going to the right, and it's the walk animation. So let me open up our art assets here. So now um, I really don't like the fact that his arm is kind of sticking out from the sleeve like this. Uh, I thought I'd gotten this to the point where I could, um, it's kind of hidden back there. But um, here's the thing. When you have the potential characters this far away from what the player is actually seeing, they're not going to really see that little tiny detail in there. Plus, if it's, short sleeve, shirt kind of thing, then you're probably going to have that kind of sticking out of the arm anyway, so I'm just going to kind of let it go. Okay, I'm not going to be that much of it. I'm not going to be that picky on this. Same with the carrying it bag. That little space right there is like, I wouldn't mind trying to fix it, but at the same time, I want to get all the art assets done so that I can move on to completing the rest of the game. So, um, so yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and not bother trying to fix this for now. Um, we're just gonna kind of let it go so that we can actually get to the rest of the um, to actually getting these art assets into the game and getting to the design of that movement around the board, as well as resource collection and so on and so forth. Um, so um, for those of you that might not be aware, I do this every Sunday. I do these little coding streams every Sunday because it keeps me moving forward on on getting this game built and worked out. And I mean, it's slow. I mean, I could try to do this every single day to get this game complete. But, slow and steady. It still works. So, all right. Right. The other tools here, they don't. I was considering maybe doing like a little icon on the bag itself, showing what resource they might be carrying back to base. Um, and I might need to do that anyway to kind of put uh, certain types, or to kind of make sure that the player knows, hey, this guy's bringing back um, some wood. This guy's bringing back some of the holy water. This guy's bringing back some of the mithril, whatever, what have you. Okay. Um, so the player can go, okay, I need to protect this particular person because I really need that resource. Um, I might need to do that in the future. For now, we're gonna hold off on that. But it may, I may need to change the, I may need to kind of change the values there to allow for, um, uh, when I start getting these resources, um, being brought back to the main base, I may need to allow for those icons placed on their bags so that they are, um, so the player knows. So interesting seeing this. Going to play some Warframe, but I'll have you in the background. No problem there, Jedi. No problem. Hey there, Half-Bolt. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we need to continue verifying these animations to make sure that that I didn't mess up somewhere on them. So, um, okay, I don't really see any like major disasters in this kind of animation, so I'll be fine. We're gonna move on to the next, facing to the right. Alright, let's see. And no like major disasters or anything along those lines. Arm isn't like being totally disconnected from the body or anything along those lines. So this gets the job done. So that's good enough. All right. So we're gonna go to the idle. So for those of you that might be wondering, last week when I was working on this, um, I had the situation where, sometimes the body was kind of shifting around a little too much, going, left and right a little bit more than what it really needed to be. So I was taking the time to try to make sure that I was correcting that because um, when you're animating, darn it, runny nose. Okay, sorry about that. Um, when you have the art asset kind of uh, when you're trying to have the animation for an art asset, walking from left to right, you want to make sure that's pretty much seamless, meaning that that you want the placement of them to be fairly centered so that there isn't any kind of change in the animation itself. Okay, because um, you know, you're changing the position of the animation in the game, that changing the X and Y or Z values to um, for each of these art assets, moving along. So if the animation itself is shifting back and forth, then you're going to see us, as the art asset is kind of inching away, along the screen. If it starts kind of twitching a little bit as it's kind of moving from left to right, for example, um, then the player themselves are going to be like, wait, what am I seeing there? So you want to make sure that it's all, fairly fleshed out and clean when it comes to those kind of animations. And I was seeing when I was initially doing some of these animations, the position of the body wasn't wholly centered, when compared to the rest. So because of that, because I saw such a in some cases pretty huge um, problem with the animation, I'm going back through some of my animations and verifying that it's all working as intended. You know, so um, so I'm going back through my art assets one by one and verifying that everything is kind of working as I want it to. See, one of the issues that I was having was with these scared animations. Okay, um, the you might see it in the next one when I flip it around to the right. Um, the Because the arm, um, the full width of the animation there, um, when the arm is inside the body, okay, um, the width of the body is the width of the full art asset. Okay, but because I have that arm stretched back out here, the width increased, which means that the center of the full animation shifted because of that. Okay, so when I tried to center the image, it wasn't exactly correct. So um, so I had some problems with that and before. See, here it is off center. Now, um, what I should do is I should reset the body back to the center. Okay, because um, you know, so let's say we have um, let's say we have the main body in the center. Okay, and suddenly he gets scared by an enemy and he wants to start running away to the right, right? So suddenly you have this huge shift in the image as it begins to run. So there, you're going to see a huge jump from its starting position to its running away position. I mean, it might work. It might be. Um, you never know what. Um, you never know when you're like working on these kind of um, projects. Um, sometimes the um, sometimes glitches can actually be a reward. um, so maybe someone might enjoy that kind of shift, but I'm trying to keep fairly consistent on that. So um, the fact that I made a note of it here, um, makes me feel that I really should try to fix the centering um, of these art assets here. So let's go ahead and open up our walking with the axe. So, or scared walking axe. So let's go here. Forest, scared. Alright. So we're going to open up all four of these images here because we need to make sure that everything's fairly much uniform. Now, last week we were doing a bit of, um, simple mathematics to make sure that we were uh, adjusting them properly. So, okay, so we have our four frames going right at the moment. We're going to go ahead and back that out to that. Don't really need it going all the time. So now we're going to go ahead and take our art asset. We're going to go ahead and ungroup it. Now we have our initial position, which I'm going to go ahead and record down here. So we're focusing on the body here because that is our main focal point for these animations. So we're going to take this X value for the body here. And now we're going to go ahead and center it. So as you can see, there's a bit of a problem there. I definitely don't want to be uh, I definitely don't want to save this as it is right now, and suddenly suddenly we have the walking animation with the body completely disjointed. That would kind of freak some players out. It would definitely might bring a smile to some uh, some individuals' faces, but um, yeah, let's not go that far. Suddenly they're chopping away at the forest resource to get some wood, and they see a monster and they go, "Oh my God, I gotta run away!" Blah, explode into parts. Yeah, let's not do that. So, all right, so we're going to take these two x values, okay, and we know we have um, we can get a difference between these two values, okay, and then we can adjust all the rest of the body parts with that same amount of distance, and we're going to be basically holding to its original style that I had prior. So we're just kind of shifting all the art assets over accordingly, resaving it, and everything will be centered on that particular uh, frame. So um, I don't have a calculator for a mind, so I'm going to go ahead and pull out the calculator here. I mean, I could, but it's just going to take it would take a little bit more time than what I really want to put towards it. So we're just going to use our calculator here. Oop, what the hell? No, 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 I don't want that. Come on, stop that. So I mean, I was picking the wrong one. Okay, so now we have our value here that we are in, and that's the value that we're going to be shifting um, the rest of the parts of the human around. So uh, just as I know, the programming part is why I shifted from game dev to IT for my degree. Okay, okay, yeah. Um, the that tends to uh, programming does tend to catch a lot of individuals. Um, the uh, a lot of people go into, one of the, you know, one of the things that I really wish that I had when I was growing up was, someone to kind of, um, I didn't really learn about programming until high school, and um, I saw it as something interesting. It kind of sparked my interest, but I didn't really know kind of where I kind of wanted to go with it. Um, I kept on I kind of kept on putting myself down. Um, um, you know, kind of questioning my ability, so I never really kind of pushed myself on that. Oh, hey, F son, guess what? That is not something that I really want to see. That is not something I want my viewers to see. No one's going to be going to your link there, so guess what? You are going to get yourself a nice, good old ban. So, goodbye. Take care. You are out of here. Or when I can. Wait, what the? Why can't I work on that? Hold on. Hold on a second here, folks. The Typically there's a indicator that shows up when I click on someone so that I can. Wait, what? There was a blocking option here. What the like? Okay, what are the chat options for blocking? That's irritating. And this is one of the times where I kind of wish that my moderators were here. Okay, one second here, folks. Normally I was able to do that with Streamlabs before, so the fact that I can't do it right at this moment in time is kind of irritating. Um, let's see. There we go. Streamlabs, what are you doing? I didn't need to actually do this before, but apparently I need to log in now. There we go. God damn, what just happened? Why? I don't know. Okay, well, that's a new change that I wasn't really expecting. Oh well, job's done. He's gone. Alright. Oh, okay. So let's go back to this. Sorry, I wanted to. Apparently, I needed to put my password back in to get access to the chat commands and be able to ban someone live when I'm already streaming on my profile. I don't know, man. Sometimes Streamlabs has been kind of um, problematic. So, all right. So, but yeah, getting back to my story there. Um, the um, so when I was growing up, I didn't really have any kind of guidance along those lines. So, a lot of once I got to college, that's where I really kind of started exploring and um, look into coding. And by that point, I was seeing people that were like, coding for years already and doing their own little side projects and stuff like that. So um, so you can kind of see the little difference in skill level. So I was like going, ooh, I'm behind everybody else, but it didn't stop me. Okay, I wanted to keep on exploring coding and stuff like that because um, it allowed me to, my strong suits were always kind of, well, developed into the sciences and um, while I developed into a strong mathematician, even though I was still had some issues um, building up my mathematical skills, um, you know, uh, once I started getting into the theoretical mathematics, that's where I was like, mine was out. I couldn't really grasp that too much. I got to Calc 3 and I was like going, you're getting into formulas that are pulling variables seemingly from out of nowhere, and I'm not really grasping it too well. And I was worried that as I would kind of explore mathematics further, I was like, I didn't know if that was, the right fit for me. Okay. So I was like, okay, I worked on programming before. Let me relook at it. Let me look back on this and see. I played around with it. I did a class in high school and I was like, let me look into it a little bit more. And and it was something that I could grasp. You know, so uh, so it was something that I was kind of able to learn. I was able to kind of reteach. I was able to help others with their own coding uh, to kind of get through some of the programs. Now I was struggling, as well. So I mean, I had some issues along those lines, but that's how you grow. You're always gonna have some kind of struggles and the like. Um, Now my back of my mind, I was also like going, it'd be great if I can kind of get into programming out games as well because that was my hobby, playing games. I enjoyed playing games. Um, so um, so I saw that as a potential, but at the same time, um, there was a lot of people trying to get into programming that um, didn't really have like the strong kind of background to it, or they were kind of struggling with certain things, and um, they were kind of failing on like the mathematics or the logic or something along those lines. And unfortunately, there was um, you know the concepts were you know you know well, fairly difficult for a lot of people to get past. The college that I went to, they their first three courses there, the first two were pretty easy for me, but the third one was basically meant to, um, the first three were basically, hey, first two were like, if you just needed to kind of take the course to kind of satisfy your degree in some fashion or another, because there was a lot of non-majors that were just kind of taking those first two classes or whatnot. Okay, the third class was basically meant to weed out those that didn't understand the um, didn't really understand the full concept of um, computer science, and it was that gate that basically said, can you handle what you're going to be facing later on in your degree? Okay, if you couldn't get past that gate, well, I mean, you could retry. You could try again if you really had the drive for it. But for a lot of people that were just kind of going, I'm gonna make games, but I have no idea on how to do it. Mm, if you didn't have the drive or the passion to kind of work on it on a daily basis, if you're playing more games than you were coding, then uh, then you typically failed on it, because it was the you were when I was there, I was pretty much coding every single day, working on projects and the like. Um, I mean, it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. Okay, don't for I'm not saying haha, you didn't make it. No, 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 no. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, I'm saying that um, programming isn't you know programming isn't for every single last individual that's out there. I mean, there's plenty of career fields out there. So, I mean, if you are, um, if you're looking more for the goal in that, hey, I just want to be in the gaming industry. Well, you don't necessarily need to do that through programming itself. Okay. Um, there are there's still a lot of facets in the gaming industry, for example, that you know you don't necessarily need to have programming in order to get into it. Okay, um, you get into like database management. Okay, yes, just the code that people use, the tools that people use, that can still use databases. HR uses databases all the time, kind of thing. So you know, um, so it's that kind of process. So, um, but yeah. Um, okay, so sorry, I got a little sidetracked there, um, but yeah, it's um, if you're it's okay if you don't understand a particular topic. Okay, like I said, I was seeing. theoretical mathematics, and I was like, no, sorry, I'm not gonna continue on that. That is way beyond what my understanding could handle, and I just didn't want to subject myself to um, trying to um, figure out all the concepts of that to grow in that particular field. So, plus at the same time, I wasn't quite sure what I could really use my degree for other than teaching and accounting. And neither one of those really held my interest. So, if you want to be a teacher. Okay, that's a noble career field. If you want to um, help students learn to help them kind of grow, then it's a it's a noble field to kind of get into. I just didn't have that kind of drive for it. Okay, I wasn't. Um, I didn't mind helping individuals when they needed the help. Um, but I wasn't sure if my explanations for first, for mathematics, for example, would be enough to kind of help them along. Okay. Now that there's a certain amount of experience that comes with teaching and stuff like that. I get it. Okay. Um, but some of the best teachers are those that are passionate about um, going to that classroom daily and you know helping out their students get from not knowing the material to the understanding. And you know, uh, I didn't know if I had that kind of passion for it to help those students out. So, uh, so now we have our 31 value, that's the shift in the value. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this value here, okay, and we are going to see the position for our arm and axe here, which is being set at the 36 value. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the 36.378 and we're going to subtract the 31.214, and that is our new position for the arm. So we're going to just go ahead and take that and replace that value there, and there we go. It's now over to the left hand side. So we're going to take the legs here and we're going to do the exact same thing. So we're going to take this value here and subtract the 31,214. So that's our new value there. And there we go. Let's go and group all that together. That's our value right there. Let's put this over here. And that's our value for our head. There we go. So now we have everything centered. We're going to go ahead and group everything back together again. We're going to go ahead and save it. We're going to check to see if there's any like little changes in the pathing that might have kind of caused some problems with the art or something like that. Like maybe a node um, went out of the center or something along those lines. So that's why you do the cleanup. But there wasn't anything, so otherwise it would basically show that I need to resave it again, but we are good. So we're gonna go ahead and close that out. We don't need that anymore. So we're gonna come down here and do the exact same thing that we did before. So um, same kind of process. I know it's long and involved, but it um, it's kind of a necessary evil, unfortunately. So okay, so we still have the same kind of value on this, so we're actually doing pretty good on that. So okay, we're gonna go ahead and select our two portions there, regroup them. So we're gonna take that. So 378, subtract the 31214. That is the right number, right? Yeah, okay. So rotate that, replace that, there we go. Alright, so we're gonna take these, group them all together, put that in there. There we go. So hey there, uh, Genriquez. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Alright, so there's that. Going to group those all together. Copy that. Place that over there. Subtract the variant amount. And we have our new position. So there we go. We've repositioned it back to the center. So we're going to go ahead and group it all back together. Save it. And clean up the document just in case. No problems there. So we're all done with that. We're all done fixing that art asset. So I'm going to go ahead and close that down. Let's go ahead and move on to our next one. So ungroup. We're going to take that. I think we're pretty much going to be having the exact same value, but at the same time, you know, you want to make sure that you're, so while this might be the same, might not always be. So, but from what I can see here when I do this center, we're gonna have the exact same value here. So we're good on that. So we're going to go ahead and select our two group together assets there. And we're going to continue with our um, adjustment of the X value. Oh, okay. I can do a follow for you there, bud. No worries. 1 second. Let me go ahead and take care of that. That's your profile on Twitter? We can definitely do that, bud. So 1 second. Let me make sure that I get this taken care of first, and then I will so I don't like lose track of what I need to do here. And we'll go ahead and set that up for you. Oh wait, group that all together. Take that number, and that's our new position there. There we go. So now we're going to go ahead and group this all back together again. Save it. Clean up document just in case. No problems there. So we're all good. So we're going to go ahead and close that out. Alright, so 1 second. Let me go ahead and hop on my Twitter and you like Inkscape? Nice. Yeah, I've been The um, one of the reasons why I'm using Inkscape is the fact that I needed, um, I wanted to be able to scale my sprites, the resources, and not have them pixelated. That's one of the reasons why I was kind of hesitant on doing pixel graphics. So so I started looking into vector graphics because I know um, with vector graphics, as get closer and closer um, to the art, it tries to readjust its values so that it still looks, it still tries to remain looking smooth to you. Uh, Eventually, I mean, if you keep on, um, if you keep on going, looking down on a particular asset, okay, you're going to be able to kind of see the pixels, okay? I mean, that's you can't really get away with that, but um, you can kind of see it a little bit here in that, there's a slight little, you know, um, ridge every single time, um, but when you're dealing with pixel graphics, it's a lot worse. You can actually see like the individual pixels. So I wanted to be able to when I was working on trying to get um, I just didn't want to have those kind of messed up art assets and the like. So all right, so we are going to try to find here. Hold on one second. So Enriquez deck. There you go. There you go, bud. Done. All right. Yeah, I had I had that little reward, just to um, um, so that if someone wanted me to kind of just kind of like add them or remove them, then you know I had it available. So now um, now bear in mind, okay, if I start seeing word of warning to those of you that um, if you start like posting things that are like overtly like racist or anything along those lines. Not saying that anyone is actually going to do that, but just in case, I'm putting that out there. Okay, that I'm probably going to unfollow you. So, or at least block you from ever really seeing those kind of comments or like. So for those of you that, might be like going, hey, I'm going to hop on in and start, you know, putting some really bad stuff out there on the internet, I'm not going to want to see it. I don't want anyone else that follows me or, joins any of my streams or anything like that. I don't want any of them to see it. Um, so for those of you that are like, want to do that, then yeah, no. So, but okay. Let's get back into fixing all this. So I'm just kind of putting that out there so people are, you know, you know, I want to be able to make sure that I'm not causing any kind of grief on any of my viewers. So, okay. I don't want to see it. I don't want any of my viewers to see it. Um, so just kind of bear that in mind. Okay. Wait, I kind of messed it up. Position. Did we? Right. Okay. So there isn't any kind of major change on that, so we're keeping with the same value there. So group that all together. We have the same kind of value there, so we're going to take that, go to our calculator here, subtract the value, and that's its new position. So we're going to come back over here, new position for the arms. Let's go ahead and grab our legs there, grab the position. So subtract the value. That's the new position that I want for the legs. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and group that all together. So we have our position for that. Going to take off the adjustment. And this is its new position. There we go. So now we're going to group everything all together again. We're going to go ahead and save it. Clean up the document. No cleanup necessary. So we're good there. Okay, so now we're going to go back to our, go back here, and we're going to verify that the construction worker scared facing to the right is indeed centered. So, which it is. And I don't see any major like issues to the animation or anything along those lines. I don't see any kind of major like graphical glitches or anything like that for now. So we did what we needed to do for it, so we're good there. Alright, so now we've done the left and right for the scared unforced. So now we're just going to go to the walk. And we're going to continue our looking through our art assets to make sure that we're not screwing up any of the other animations. So yeah, we're good there. I don't see any major issues on that. So now we're going to go ahead and switch on over to our facing to the right. Okay. I'm not seeing any major issues on this either. It's centered. No major like, you know, glitches. Ooh, wait, actually, I'm seeing a little bit here. It's slight, so I'm probably going to just go ahead and ignore it. But you can barely see it, you know. Here, let me see if I can uh, can no, it doesn't look like I can zoom in on this a little bit. Okay, so you can barely see it. So there's a slight shift in the arm. Okay, you can kind of barely see it in that. Um, there's like a heavier line on here. It's the arm is kind of moving up and down a little bit. So there's a slight, very slight shift in the arm itself. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. I can barely see it. And when you get to a point where um, the character is this far away, the player isn't going to see it either. So, um, yeah, the big booper. Yeah, exactly. You can barely notice it. Um, so slight, slight problems like that, you don't need to worry about. Okay. I mean, if you really want to, you can try to, you know, if it was, um, if you're trying to make sure that you're like doing like, full on like animation or something like that, maybe you might not want that slight shift in there or something like that. Okay. Um, but at the same time, it kind of makes it look a little bit more natural having the arm kind of move a little bit, when the person's kind of moving around. So this might actually work for you in terms of animation. So, it's things like that yet you have to kind of consider. So, how you doing there, Blooper? Long time no see. So, um, so this is good. We don't need to worry about it. So, we're gonna move on. The image itself was fairly centered and like, so we just checked out our left and right. So we're gonna move on. Everything that we checked out for the forest tool is um, is complete, so we don't need to worry about that. So we're going to move on to our next tool. Once again, we're not really carrying anything. There's no images on that, as I mentioned before earlier in the stream. So let's go ahead and move on to our uh, hammer with the harvest. So making sure that we have if there's no other problems like the shift in the body or something along those lines, you know, um, the arm shifting, if there's like a slight shift in the arm, for frame 1 and 3, you're not going to really notice it based off the animation there. Okay, so again, that's one of those, um, if there is a slight shift, which I can barely see it if there is one, um, um, it won't really matter all that much. So, um, I mean, you could painstakingly make it that way if you know, but as I've tried to do already with the animations, or designing these frames, but you know, as I've kind of shown, I've made mistakes as well. So, I need to make sure that I can have a animation that is fairly um, uniform. So, okay. So we are done with our animation for that. So let's go ahead and check on facing to the right. You're doing well. That's good to hear there, Blooper. That's good to hear. So, alright, we're facing to the right again, and everything is looking pretty good there. The eyes are rotating the way they need to rotate. The hammer, the movement on the arm looks, to be relatively in the same kind of spot, so we don't necessarily need to worry about that either. So we're good there. And it's centered on the frame, so we're good with that as well. Okay. So our collecting is done. Let's check on our idle animations here. Yeah. Um, Everything is looking pretty good there. I don't really see any like major like shifting of the body or something like that. Gift maker is free. Yeah, you can sign up for free and you can do these kind of animations there. So, um, I was having a hard time trying. I wanted to see the animation, um, in real time kind of thing, and they don't really have that for here in the Inkscape. So, or at least I don't really know of Inkscape having said animation. I don't think it does. So I needed to find something that can show the vector graphics and show the you know, and be able to kind of adjust uh, the rate on when the frames get adjusted and the like. Um, so um, so I found GIF Maker, which obviously, if you're trying to make, GIFs, then great. Um, this is a good tool apparently. Um, but it kind of helps me out in seeing the animations without actually needing to make these as GIFs. So, all right. So we're going to, everything looks good there. So we're going to move on to the facing to the right. All right. Once again, we are looking pretty good here. I'm not seeing any like major issues. Like, the body is not like shifting to the left and right or anything along those lines. So everything here is looking pretty decent. So we are going to go ahead and back that out. We are done with the idle animation for general. So now we're going to move on to the scared animation. This is one that I was having some issues with. So um, okay, I'm not really seeing any like major issues. We're not having like the arm moving too much. Although again, um, if it shifts around a little bit, then it's okay. We don't need to worry about it too much. Um, uh, but again, we're okay with this way it is. So now let's go ahead. Um, are you a game developer? Um, I'd like to think that I am. And I've helped I was actually on in a game company for a very brief time, for 3 months, helping them produce a game. But when their contract was over, they laid me off. So that was the only game company that was willing to hire me. Um, and it's really difficult to get into the industry. Um, and um, as a software developer, as a programmer, um, trying to get into that kind of industry, especially when you have um, game studios that you know have trouble trying to hold on to contracts, gaining contracts to be able to make the next game out there to be able to kind of be recognized. Um, it can be really difficult trying to um, stay in the industry. Okay, um, I've heard. Well, I mean, when I was with the you know um, oh gosh, it's been so long. I'm blanking on the name. Um, High Impact Games. Um, when I was with them, you know, they were a small-ish gaming studio. But I mean, they were still well known enough that they were developing. I joined them on the project that they were developing a game for Disney, Um, the game was built for the 3DS, the Wii, and what was the other one? There was another one that they built it for. Mm, I'm blanking on the third. It was the third console that they were programming it for. Oh well. But they were well known enough to that they were getting contracts from Disney. Okay, so I mean, you know, um, but after the contract was done and they didn't have another contract lined up for the to kind of start production on the next game, they had to let go a lot of their workforce to try to, keep what money reserves that they had to be able to kind of keep their senior team together. So they moved into the mobile development games and they pretty much closed their doors. And so, I was a new hire 3 months in there. So, needless to say, I wasn't I wasn't part of their senior development crew. So, I got my walking papers on that. But it was still a fun experience. I still really enjoyed it. But um, when you are from what I understand, that that kind of response, that kind of process is very common in the gaming industry. There isn't really any kind of unions for it. Um, and it's long work hours, it's overtime work hours. Developers, are developing for um, 12, 16-hour days in some cases, if not more, trying to get some of these games out there. Um, it's a really high stress field to get into, especially if you're a programmer. And so obviously they need the top-notch developers. Um, so as much as I'd like to say that I am, I'm not either because I haven't been able to get myself back into the industry. So this indie development that I'm doing right now for this game that I'm building right now, um, because I'm doing it, you could consider me as a game developer because it's my own indie game. Um, but for someone that's actually in the industry, would they look at me as a game developer? I don't know. That's an opinion. So, um, I'd like to say that I am because I'm basically building this game from scratch, and I eventually want to release it out to the public. Um, so so yes. um, Highly competitive, hard to get your foot in the door to make a name for yourself. Yeah, it can be, especially when you have a lot of people wanting to get into the industry. Okay, so um, you really have to kind of show that you have the skills to kind of keep up with the demand, and um, you need to kind of prove to the company that they need to keep you. Okay, um, and even then, that might not be a that might not always work. They might have to close their doors. Okay, um, and you're once again, out there um, trying to find yourself another job. Okay. Now you could try to find work in like some of the higher development studio and the larger development studios or the production studios, such as you can try to see if you can get a job with Disney or EA or Blizzard or something like that. But that's the thing. A lot of people are also trying to do that as well. So if you don't have that kind of game development already kind of under your belt, if you don't have that, GitHub, multiple games, multiple developed games on your belt and the like, then they're probably going to be looking at your resume and going, yeah, where do you stand against this other guy that, has already developed all this kind of stuff? So, yeah, it is very highly competitive. So, all right, let's go ahead and get our animation facing to the right. Okay, so once again, our positioning is off, so let's go ahead and fix this one. So, scared. In some ways, I do kind of wish that I could get back into the industry so that I can continue developing full time um, out there, but at the same time, um, I'm looking for a little bit more stability as well. So, um, you know, I don't want to be, you know, uh, being an army brat. We moved quite often, and I hate moving. I want to be able to, get into. Uh, I want to be able to get into a job and be able to kind of stay there for 20 years developing and stuff like that. But just haven't been able to find something like that. So, uh, three vector for this gift. Um, there's 4 frames, so Inkscape is awesome. Yeah, it's a really good tool. I've had some issues with it trying to learn it, but I mean it's a good tool for free. So um, there are points where I was like, I kind of wish that I could do this and do that and stuff like that, but for being a free program, it's serving what I need to get done. So um, GIMP and Inkscape are amazing. Just gotta know how to use them. Exactly. Um, uh, there are points where it's like, I kind of wish that I could get some uh, like last week there were I think it was last week or the week before. Um, there were points where I was trying to get um, I was trying to remove a like when you have a square and I just kind of want to remove the stroke from one side of that square, having like a 3 side square, if you could call it that. Um, it was I was having a little bit of difficulty trying to get that done. Um, I eventually was able to do it, but it took a little bit more work um, than what I was. I felt that it should have been a little bit easier to do, but I mean, again, for a free program, it's it's really good. So, all right. We are going to go ahead and get back into breaking these apart here. Um, oh, let's go ahead and select our body here. Ah, see, if I kept with these values here, you know, this kind of adjustment here, you know, if I was like, hey, I'm gonna use this value to shift all these assets over, it wouldn't be able to get the um, I would have a slight problem with the rest of the assets because um, so like for example, so here we are taking this value here and we are going to adjust its center again, which once again the value here is the same as the value there. Okay, so but we're going to take this, we're going to subtract our 36.378 and we have our 30.724, and that is our adjustment that we're going to be needing to do for the rest of the assets there. So free and open source rules. Yep, yep. I, I mean, uh, it's really good when you have these kind of um, when you have these kind of projects being able to be built to um, you know, so that you can kind of use these open source projects and get the work that you want done. Um, now, don't get me wrong. Okay, there might be some better tools out there that are like you know paid programs. Okay, um, so for example, okay, Inkscape is filling the need that I have. But I'm sure that there are better programs out there that are paid tools, okay? I can't afford that right at the moment, so I can't do anything along those lines, okay? Um, but um, Spine 2D, amazing but paid, would work much better for animating stuff from Inkscape. Yeah, pretty much. Um, but the like for example for Inkscape, if I've opened up too much, if I, you know, uh, I've had Inkscape crash on me, you know, when I and when I use it too often. So it will eventually crash on me. You will eventually see it, you know. So it's not perfect. Okay. Um, No, I remember back in college I was using a lot of Linux for projects and like, and there was one time where I actually crashed the operating system for I think it was Red Hat at the time, um, just because the I was doing you know I was working with um, their word processor. Um, and I accidentally like clicked a button and clicked on another, you know, like right away, like you know, one click, another click. It locked up the program and it locked up the operating system altogether. And you know, I lost all my progress on, you know, writing up that document at that particular point in time. And I was able to actually recreate it. So I was like, ugh, you know. So make sure, you know, there don't get me wrong, you know, open source is really great because, you know, you have individuals that are working on these particular projects and like, um, but at the same time, yeah, save often. Exactly. Save early, save often. That's often, you know, that's what you want to do. Um, but you know, there are now I'm not going to say that, paid programs are going to be complete, they they have their own issues as well. Okay, I get it. Okay. Um yes, basically good habit regardless for unpaid or free. Exactly. Um but the so you probably still going to be seeing those kind of problems with paid programs as well. Okay, they're not going to be completely devoid of having their own individual errors as well. Okay, let's face it. Windows itself has the blue screen of death from time to time. Okay, so um, and obviously that's a paid program. Okay, but you know the they have to respond to their clients, to the people that actually purchase the program. If they have like a crash that is happening on that particular program, they need to get it fixed like almost immediately because that is an issue that they need to kind of get resolved so that they don't have a whole lot of major backlash. Because if they have too much backlash on programs crashing all the time with it, such as like, what Windows has had, okay, they get a negative and they get, negative publicity on it, and there starts to become more and more hate on that particular company, on that particular program, so on and so forth, to the point where no one wants to use it anymore, and they start going to other um, they go to other programs, they go to other operating systems, what have you, and they lose money. So they don't want that kind of bad publicity on that. So with open source, there isn't really any kind of backlash or anything along those lines. Okay, you don't have clients coming forward and saying, "Hey, I'm paying good money for you, to fix this problem," or at least not really. So, um, when it comes to open source, it's open source. If there's a problem, then that gets addressed to the open source project, and you know, the programmers may address it, they may not. They may take their time to address it. There might not be a rush for it, or the project may just simply close. I've seen open source projects um, where they're not even dealing with anything more on that. So um, the main developers no longer were working on that open source program. Um, so it's interesting. It's definitely an interesting process. So all right, let's go ahead and get back into our. Okay, so we have this. So we're going to take that. We're going to subtract our new value there. And we have our saved value there. So that is our new position for the arm. Okay, now we're going to do the exact same thing for the legs. Take this value, subtract it. This is our new position. Let's see, take all that, group that all together, take the X value there, subtract the value, and now we have a new position for this. There we go. Alright, so now we group that all back together again. We're going to go ahead and save it, clean up the document, and we are good. So we can go ahead and close that frame down. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and go on to the next frame, break that apart. So let's see. same position there. So when we center it, same position. So this value has not changed. So we're going to go ahead and move on to this one here. Take this value, subtract the value. That's the new position. So there we go there. Okay. Grab the legs, grab the position, subtract the value, new position. There we go. Group this all together. Have our position there. Subtract the adjustment, and that is our new position for the head. There we go. So now we're going to go ahead and group that all together again. So there's that. I'm going to clean up. No cleanup necessary. So we're going to go ahead and close that down. Let's go ahead and break this part. Moving on to the next frame. So again, same position there. So when we center it, same position. So the same value there. So we're going to take this position, subtract the value, new position, adjustment, grab the legs, new old position, subtract the adjustment, new position. There we go. Group that all together, old position, adjustment, new position. All right. Group this all back together again, save it, clean up the document. No worries there. So we are done with that frame. Close that out. All right. Break that apart. Same position, good. Center. Same value, same adjustment. So, okay. Adjustment all there. Okay, there's that. Adjustment. New position. There we go. Group that all back together again. Adjustment. New position. Now, in the past, and when I was doing this kind of adjustments in the past a little bit, the I was seeing the center of for the head placement being as 61.71, 710. So the fact that I'm seeing 711, there's a very slight difference between, this particular um, animation versus versus the other sets of animation. But again, it's a value that doesn't really matter all that much. Okay, we're not, the 0.001 difference isn't going to be visible. Okay, so here, let me kind of try to prove my point here a little bit. So I'm going to really kind of focus in on the head here. So if I change this to 0, I didn't see a change whatsoever there, so what did I just do? I accidentally pushed a button. Oops. All right, but we're going to go put that one back. And again, I didn't see a difference. So, um, you might be able to kind of see it if you really kind of focus down on it, but yeah. you know, I didn't really see anything there. I mean, if you did, congratulations, but um, I don't need to worry about it because again, if it's this far away from the viewer's face, yeah, it's not going to matter all that much. So, especially if they're moving across the screen. So, all right, we grouped it all together. We're going to go ahead and save it. We're going to clean up the document. No cleanup necessary. So we are done with that particular frame. Okay, so now we're going to go back to this one here, and we're going to reset so that we can see the animation for facing to the right again. And it's now centered, and there's no like additional adjustments or anything like that that we need to kind of worry about. All the legs are in the kind of correct kind of position. 1 and 3 are fine. 2 and 4 are okay. So we're good. We don't need to worry about that. Okay, so we fixed our scared animations. So we are now moving on to our walk animations and making sure that there's no errors there. Okay, I'm not really seeing any like major difference or any major problems with this. I am seeing the arm kind of shifting a little bit here, but again, it's such a slight shift that again we're not really worried about it too much. And again, the movement of the body isn't perfect either. You're not a statue. You're not a robot walking across. You're gonna have a little bit of bounce to you. So this slight change is within the um, uh, what's the word I'm kind of looking for? It's within the margin of error. Um, so we're fine with that. So we're gonna go move on to our image to the right. Again, I'm seeing a slight change in the arm movement. It's kind of moving a little bit up and down. But again, I'm not really worried about it too much. So it's such a slight difference that you can barely see it. So we're good with this one as well. Everything's pretty much centered, so we're good. So we're going to move on to the next set of images then, because um, the general set is done. So we're going to move on to our mithril, and we're going to check out the rest of these. So facing to the left, the arm is pretty much, um, it's not like, moving all over the place or anything along those lines. The eyes are rotating the way they need to be, so the animation is good. So let's go ahead and select the images to the right. Again, the arm is in kind of keeping in the same kind of position during the animation, so we're good there. Eyes are fine with the rotation, so we're all good there. I don't really need to worry too much more about this. Um, Now I do see a slight difference in the pickaxe, so you can barely see it, but the pickaxe there goes a little bit higher, you know, towards the eye. You can kind of see a slight gap between the top of the pickaxe and the bottom of the eye. But again, it's within that error margin of error there that it's perfectly fine. I'm not gonna worry too much about it. Okay, so it could be that the person swings up the pickaxe a little bit higher to bring it back down. Okay, these are all little adjustments that you can always do when it comes to animation. So we're good with that. All right. So we are done with the harvest or the collection, so we're good with that. So let's move on to our idle animation and make sure that we are good with that. So facing to the left, I'm not seeing any like major issues or anything along those lines with the idle animation. So no major problems or like, glitches or the body moving all over the place or anything along those lines. So we're good with that. Let's move on to our images to the right. And once again, we are doing pretty good when it comes to um, movements and the leg. Um, eyes are rotating fine, the adjustments are fine, there's no like major shifting of the body or anything along those lines other than the vertical, obviously. So, so we're good with that. All right, let's move on to scared, which is again one of those sets that I might need to adjust. So, um, okay, so eyes are rotating fine, legs are rotating fine. No shifting of the arm or anything along those lines. So we're good with this. Everything's pretty much centered, so we're good with that. Now let's check the images to the right. Again, it's off center. I want to go ahead and fix that. So now there might still be like some images that are still kind of off center that I didn't fix. So I might need to go back and fix them later. Um, but yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and open up those frames and uh, readjust the positioning for that. So scared, and we're opening up all of our images to the right so that we can reposition. Okay, we don't necessarily need to have that animation continuously going. So, all right, so we're going to take that, we're going to ungroup. Okay, so we now have a new X value. Putting that down. We're going to go ahead and center it. This value is same for the center, so we're good there. So now we're going to go ahead and find out what the difference is. So we're going to take that, we're going to subtract the 36.378, and that is our new adjustment that we need to make for all of our values, all of our grouped together art assets. So oh, these two are not grouped together, so we're going to group that. This is our new value there, so we're going to come back down to our calculator here, make the necessary adjustment. This is the new position, so there we go. You can do the exact same thing with the legs. Take the value there, make the necessary adjustment, new position. Here we go. Now we take the head, we need to group that all together. And that's its old position. Rotate that, subtract the value. See, there's the 6171 as I mentioned before. So there we go. So now everything's centered in the right position. So we're going to go and group that all together again. We're going to go and save it. Clean up document. No cleanup necessary. So we're good. We're going to close that down. Okay, we're moving on to our second image here. So ungroup. So same position there to start off with, same position there. So the adjustment remains the same. So we're going to take these, we're going to go ahead and group that all together. Take the value there, subtract the difference. That's the new position. So there we go. Here's the old position. Subtract the difference. There's the new position. Group that all together. Old position. New position. There we go. Group that back all together again. We're going to go ahead and save it. Clean up document just in case. No cleanup necessary. So we close that down. We move on to the next image. All right. So again, same position in the X. Center, same value centered. So the difference remains the same. So go ahead and group that together. So I mean, I could probably save these values and adjust it, but at the same time, the position for what I'm seeing for like the head, the arms, and legs, and like might be slightly off as well. So I can't. I don't want to. The adjustment. The 2939 is the consistency. And I want to make sure that I adjust it every single time based off of that. Okay, not save these values here to potentially mess up the position for other images. So that's why I'm doing it the way I am. So for those that are kind of curious as to why I'm going through such a long and involved process just trying to adjust all of this, there's a method to the madness. So okay, group that all together. Okay, everything's good there. Group that all back together again. Save that. Cleanup document. No cleanup necessary, so we're good there. Alright, and now our last image that we need to fix. Same position there. New position, same X value there, so the value that hasn't changed. So now we go ahead and readjust everything else. Okay, put that value down. Take this. New position. And group that back up together. Now, I mean, I keep on seeing this value over and over again, so I mean, I already know that it's going to be these, 6171, but, you know, again, I'm just making sure everything's kind of on the up and up here. That's all. So, group that all together. Let's go and save that. No adjustments or cleanup necessary, so we're good with that. So we close that down. Go ahead and come back in here so we can keep it, so we can see the adjustments that we made on the facing to the right, and we fixed our image. It's now centered, and and of course the animations are, pretty much, um, there's no like major adjustments or anything along those lines. So we're good with that. So okay, so we are done with the scared. So now let's move on to the walk animation. Okay, so I can see a slight adjustment in the arm moving up and down, but again, it's a slight difference. I'm not gonna worry about it all that much. The feet and the eyes are good. There's no like major shifting of the body or anything along those lines, so we're good. So now we're going to go ahead and select to the facing the right. Again, we're seeing a slight shift in the arm there, but everything else is fine. This is within the margin of error, so we're good there. Okay, we're gonna move on. So our walk animation is done. And with that, our tool for the mithril is done as well. So we'll move on to the sunstone. Again, nothing for the carry. So we go on to the collect animation or the harvest animation. And we make sure that our animations there are good. There's no like major shifting or anything along those lines. I'm not seeing any like major difference, so um, or at least nothing that like really warrants a major overhaul or anything along those lines. So we're good with that. So let's go ahead and see how it is facing to the right. Okay. So again, I'm not really seeing any kind of like major difference or anything along those lines. No like um, like major differences or anything along those lines. The arm is pretty much staying right where it kind of needs to be between the different frames. So um, I don't really see any need for any like major adjustment there. So we're gonna move on. So let's go on to our idle animation. Okay. Again, I'm not really seeing any like major difference. I'm not seeing any kind of like the body shifting all over the place or anything along those lines. Everything is within the margin of error, whatnot, so we are good with that. So let's go ahead and switch over to the facing the right, see how we're doing on that. Okay, I'm not really seeing any like major difference or anything along those lines. Eyes are rotating, the adjustment of the height is fine. The position of the arm and pickaxe is pretty much stable for the most part. If there's a slight difference, there's a slight difference. But again, it's within the margin of error. I'm not going to worry about it, so we're going to move on. All right, so idle is done. So you know what? I'm going to go to walk here real quick because um, the scared animation tends to be the one that has the most kind of issues. So I'm going to kind of leave that for last. So again, no major like glitches that I can kind of see. I can see the arm slightly moving again, but again, within our margin of error, so we're good with that. So let's move on to facing to the right. Same kind of difference here. The eyes are rotating fine. The legs are, moving fine. Like no major, like, like, you know, graphical anomalies or anything along those lines. The arm is slightly shifting a little bit, but again, within margin of error, so we're good with that. All right, so our walk is done. So we're just gonna move on to the scared. This is the one that tends to have a problem. So, I messed up on the adjustment for that. So, okay. So legs are fine, eyes are fine, no like major shifting of the arm or anything along those lines. So we're looking good on that. So let's see how we are for facing to the right. Again, it's off center. So let's go ahead and fix this. Okay, so we're in the sunstone, scared, facing to the right. Hmm. Sorry, I was I noticed that Enriquez did a follow. I don't remember the alert coming up, which is concerning seeing that I thought I fixed that again yesterday. Are the alerts are the alerts being set for each of the my scenes? Are they saving them for each scene? If so, I'm not seeing any kind of adjustment for that. So unless someone's actively like logging into my program and removing the alerts, there seems to be something else going on. I don't remember the alert coming up for the follow, so mm, this is sorry folks. I've been having some issues with the alerts, and um every time I go into my Streamlabs to adjust for it or to fix it, every single time it feels like it resets itself back to being disabled. And um, it's a concern of mine because if someone, you know, I had someone donate bits yesterday, and I didn't see the notification for it until, I saw it in the chat, but I didn't see the alert for it. So if I'm like right in the middle of something or anything along those lines, and I didn't have that auto queue, and it's kind of, you know, for some reason, like maybe everybody's chatting alike and I don't see it, then um, it worries me because I'm not thanking that particular person for the follow, for the subscription, for the bits and stuff like that. And you know, I'm, being a small time streamer right at the moment, you know, I need to thank everybody that helps me, okay, no matter what, okay? Um, I want people to feel like they're welcome here to the stream. And if I'm not thanking them for the contributions that they're doing for me, then um, it makes, um, in their eyes, they might be looking at me as someone that's not thankful, that's not happy for the fact that they are, helping me grow as a streamer to build my programs, to build my community, and um, I want to make sure um, that I don't kind of lose track of that. So, all right. Um, we have our third image here. Let's go ahead and open up the fourth. Now, normally after a good number of sets of images being open, sometimes I do have a ventral crash on Inkscape. So, I'm getting to that point where uh, I'm a little bit more worried that Inkscape is gonna crash on me at some point. But, you know, we have to kind of proceed as normal, so. Okay, so our body is at a new value here. So let's go ahead and make that adjustment. Now we go ahead and center it. Value is the same there. So we're going to go ahead and take the old position, make subtract the new position, and we have our new adjustment. So let me make sure that I have all the values correctly there. Yeah, everything's looking good. So now we're going to go ahead and select our other assets here and adjust accordingly. So I'm going to take that, subtract the 32.436. That's the new position. There we go. Take this value, subtract the adjustment. That's our new position. Group this all together. Take this value, subtract the difference, and that is our new position. Okay, so we grouped all that together. Let's go ahead and save. And then we clean up the document just to make sure there's no cleanup necessary. So we are good with that. So we're going to close that out. Okay, so break that apart. So old position is the same, center, new position the same, so the difference is the same. So group that together, take this, track the adjustment, new position. So we're good there. Old position, subtract the adjustment, new position. Okay, group that all together. Old position. Subtract the difference. New position. Now we group this all back together again. Go ahead and save it. Cleanup document. No cleanup necessary, so we're good. Close that out. Okay, take this, ungroup. Old position is the same. Center, new position is the same, so adjustment is the same. Or the difference is the same, so group that all together. So take that value, subtract, new position. Okay, so now we take this, subtract the adjustment. Here's a new position. There we go. Group that all together. Take that. Write the value. New position there. There we go. So now we can group all that back up together. Save it. Cleanup document. No cleanup necessary. We're done, so we close that out. Okay. Take this. Ungroup. Body is in the same position there. Centering it, we'll keep in the same position there. So the difference is the same. So take our two values there, go and group them up together. Take the old position, subtract the difference. That's our new position right there. There we go. Legs, old position, subtract the difference. That's our new and that's our new position. Group all that up. Again, we're probably gonna have, we have the same value, the 61, 71. But all right, everything's good there. So we group that all up, save it, save early, save often, and just check for cleanup. No cleanup necessary, so we're done with that. So we can close that out. Okay, so now we can go back here, and we're going to reselect those images that are going to the right. And then now it should be centered. There's no movement in the arm. Eyes are fine. And the legs should be fine as well. There shouldn't be any like major problems with the adjustments. So we're good. So um, one second there, folks. I got a text. Yeah. Sorry about that. All right. Um, so our sunstone is complete. Okay, we did the collect, idle, walk, and then the scared. So everything with the sunstone, with the golden pickaxe is complete. We don't need to worry about it anymore. Everything's been adjusted properly. So now we move on to our water. Again, there's no carry images for water yet. Um, like I mentioned at the very beginning of the stream, there might be one at some point in time, but for now, um, you know, the you know, for now it's good enough. um, I might need to add the resources on the bags for the carrying, maybe. We'll see. We'll see if that's really necessary though. Okay, so let's go ahead and check on our animations on this. So let's look on our arm animation, see if there's any like major shifting. There isn't. The pail itself is okay. The eyes are fine. So uh, everything is looking good on here. So we're good on that. We're gonna move on. So we're gonna check in on our facing to the right. Okay, same kind of adjustment. We're good on the arm. I don't really see any like major problems there. I don't really see any major problems with the, bucket like, going up towards the face. So no really major problems with this particular image. The body isn't like being adjusted all over the place or anything along those lines. So animation is good. So we're gonna move on. So collect is good. So we'll check out the idle. How's our idle doing? Idle's doing fine. I don't really see any like major issues with it. I don't really see any like body shifting or anything along those lines. There might be like maybe some pale or arm movement, but it's all within the margin of error, so we're all good on this. So we're good. Let's move on to our image looking to the right. Okay, same difference. I'm not really seeing any major glitches or anything along those lines. No like arm flying all over the place or anything along those lines. Obviously, um, but our eyes are rotating the way they need to be, the movement of the body and all that. So we're good there. Okay, so our idle facing the right is fine. So basically our idle is good. So we don't need to worry about it. Now again, our scared animation has been a problem. So let's focus on the walking first, because most likely won't be having any kind of issues with that. But okay, eyes are good, feet are good. I can see a slight shift in the arm, but again, that's within a good margin of error. Don't really need to worry about it too much. It's, the 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 slight adjustment is not enough for me to really warrant a major overhaul or anything along those lines. So we're good with that. So now we look on it facing to the right. And everything is looking fine here. It's centered. There's a slight shift in the arm again, but again, within the margin of error. Eyes are fine. Legs are fine. So we're good there. So we don't need to worry about that. So So now let's go move on to our scared. This is one where we've been having some issues. So, okay, arm is not moving around, so we're good with that. Eyes are rotating, which is fine. The legs are moving in the appropriate fashion. There's no like other major problems or shifts or anything along those lines, so we're good with that. So now we move on to our movement facing to the right, which is often a problem. So let's see. Yeah, it's off center. So we need to fix this. So let's go ahead and do that. So we go move to our water, scared, and we start opening up each of our individual frames here. And there we go. Okay. Alright, so yeah, we're going to be doing the exact same thing again. We're going to be adjusting, the position for each of our images here to adjust them, to get them centered. So we're going to take this, we're going to go ahead and ungroup it all together. We have a new position for the body, and we need to readjust for. Now when we do the center value is the same, so we're good there. So now we're going to go ahead and take the saved value of 63.021, subtract the 36.378, and this is our new difference. So, alright, so now we grab our other assets here. We're going to group them together. We take this, and we're going to subtract the 26.643, and this is our new position. There we go. Grab our feet, old position, subtract the difference, new position. Which, again, I'm seeing the same value here that I have in the previous ones. So, but again, I've already kind of mentioned the fact that I don't necessarily want to save the value because there might still be slight adjustments or whatnot anyway. So everything's good there. So we're going to go ahead and group that all together, save it, and clean up the document just in case. No cleanup necessary. So we're good with that, so we can close that out. Okay, so we ungroup that. Okay. The position is the same there. We center it, same position there, so our difference is the same. So we can now adjust everything else accordingly. And there we go. Okay. New position. Group that all together. Old position. New position. There we go. So now we just go ahead and group that all together. Save it. Clean up the document. No cleanup necessary, so we're good. Alright. Next image. Ungroup. Position is the same there. Center position is the same there. Same difference there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on the head this time around because well, actually if I adjust it now I'm going to have a hard time with the hands here. So hold on, let me group those together at the very least. Alright. So as you can see, the value there and the adjustment is going to be the same, so I can just kind of come on over here, copy that, make the adjustment there, and there we go. So now we take that, make the adjustment. There we go. And now we adjust the legs. Make the difference. So here's our new position there. All right. And we're going to go ahead and group this all back together again. So save that. Cleanup document. No cleanup necessary. So we're good. And close that out. All right. So same position there. Adjustment, same position. So difference is good. So now this isn't the right, gonna be the right position for the legs. So we're just gonna move back to our normal habit of selecting everything, grouping it all together, and make the adjustments. So there we go. I mean, I probably could have done it when I did like I could have done like first and third and second and fourth back to back. So I didn't necessarily need to adjust it that much, but yeah, whatever. All right, so that was a new position there. Old position, subtract the difference. Here's the new position. There we go. And group this all together again. Old position, make the adjustment. New position. There we go. Now we're going to go ahead and group this all back together again. Go ahead and save that. Cleanup. No cleanup necessary, so we are good there. So we can go ahead and close this all up. Okay. So now we can go back to here. We can select our scared facing to the right. And we can see there's no like movement on the arm. Our legs are doing okay. Our eyes are doing okay. There's no like major shifting or anything along those lines. So we're good. We got that fixed. So we can go ahead and move on. Okay, so, and actually I think that is going to be it. So we've checked everything else out. We've checked the collect, idle, and walk. We just fixed the scared, and that was water, which was the last one in the mix. So, um, okay, so what I want to do right now is that seeing that I've been readjusting the scared animations, seeing that they are not centered, um, I want to make sure that I have the consistency here. Okay, so while I might have mentioned the fact that um, up here as one of the problems that I may need fixed, I say may need fixing. I want to make sure that the consistency is there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to all of these scared animations, and that's talking, the construction workers and the warriors, and we're going to make sure that um, every single last one of them has been adjusted, so they are now centered again. Okay, so it's going to take me a little bit of time to kind of go back through all of them, but I want to make sure that everything's centered so I don't have any potential anomalies when I do eventually upload these to Unity to take care of that. So 1 second while I kind of go through all of those little adjustments here. So um, now we just fixed water, so we don't need to worry about that. I mean, I know that I've already kind of done a lot of fixing on these already, so it's not like I'm going to be seeing any major change, but I'm just looking for the ones that are, the adjustment hasn't been made yet. So we can kind of quickly go through these. So, um, so we're going to be looking at the ones that are facing the right, seeing that that's our common issue, our common problem. So, scared, facing to the right. That's centered, so we're good there. Okay. Forest, scared. Are you center? Yes, you are. Good. Okay. Now there isn't any scared animation for the carries. So, um, and I believe I didn't really have any kind of issue with the idle or anything along those lines anyway. So, um, but I'll go ahead and check them out anyway, just to make sure that I didn't screw up somewhere. So now there is the I can kind of see that there is a slight. I mean, the body isn't exactly center in the frame. Um, so I'm probably seeing, a potential problem here. But again, uh, because the carry is isn't really kind of okay. So seeing that the items for or the tools that these animations are going to be representing, um, the start positions for like the harvest and like, when they shift over to like the scared animation, then um, I don't, the sheer amount of like jumping, from one position to the next is not exactly something that I want to kind of see when I do eventually upload these to Unity. Okay, but for the carry, there isn't that much that I need to kind of worry about along those lines. So we're good with that. All right, so all of the workers are done. We fixed all the workers. Now let's go back to the warriors and verify that we're okay on the scared animations. Did we have enough of a shift on that? Okay, so we're good here. It's centered, so we're good. We don't need to worry about that. I made sure to kind of adjust for that. We're gonna go to the gun. We're gonna go ahead and do the facing to the right, scared. Where are you positioned at? You're positioned in the center, so that's good. All right. Now we're gonna go to the spork, scared, facing to the right, and we're centered on that. So we're done. We we've pretty much fixed everything that we've kind of needed to fix. Now, for those of you that are kind of watching this right now on your, um, you know, as you can see, I kind of had a little bit of an adjustment on the arm. That's because when I was this was the first kind of um, uh, these were the first humans that I was kind of building, so um, I was kind of eyeballing the adjustment for the arm, and so you're seeing a slight shift in terms of where it's positioned at and the like. I mean, the arm is still kind of positioned in the right kind of place on the body, but there's still kind of like a little bit of adjustment on that. And again, that's fine. It still kind of conveys the kind of movement. Not having, arms kind of moving a little bit makes it a little off-putting, or kind of ruins the immersion for some people. But again, I'm not going to go through each one of these frames and design every single little bit of animation, making multiple keyframes or making multiple different tiny little animation adjustments or anything along those lines. I'm not going to do it. I don't have the time for it. I don't want to do it. I want to get back to the programming side of things. you know, I'm not an artist. I don't want to work on this forever. Um, um, but it's within the margin of error, so we can kind of move on um, and um, we can say that all of our images when it comes to the humans are done. We don't need to worry about it anymore. The um, you know there might be some um, additional adjustments later, um, meaning that like I said, I might need to add like the resource icons to the carry bags, for example, okay, and add them in their respective folders. But I'm not going to worry about that until we get later on into the game. And if it starts getting to a point where, like, I myself get confused as to who's carrying what and the like, then I'll go ahead and make those adjustments accordingly. So, okay. So, with with all the humans being done and the scared animations have been fixed, go ahead and move this down into our fix section. We are done with this one. Here, actually, let's go ahead and all right. So we've verified all the adjustments needing to be made. We verified all the animations and the like, so we don't need to worry about this particular problem. I'm I'm I could delete this and um, say it was no longer a problem anymore or anything along those lines. But um, I'm not doing any kind of um, when you do any kind of software development, um, you typically want to use a repository, GitHub, um, SVN, um, what is it, like, you know, I, I think it's CVS. Um, Obviously, there's different types of repositories that you can save your code into and the like. And whenever you make any kind of changes to your code or whatnot, um, you want to make sure that you document everything that you did. Okay, so so this little document here that I made concerning that particular problem that that I might have had. Okay, um, I'm basically, in this particular case, in this particular fashion, I'm making a note that I've verified the animations. So it's my own little update to the repository, I guess you might say. Okay, it's not because I'm not really using like GitHub Reddit this particular moment in time, which um or I do have a GitHub for this particular project. I haven't updated it in a while, which I should do, but um okay. Okay, so here's the thing. Scared animation for Holy Book on in even the Spark is all well, okay. It's a potential problem in that it might cause some amount of maybe potential graphical glitches during the game. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and hold on to these. Um, so um, so both of these, while I might not need to fix them, I might want to hold on to them as well as potential problems. I could put these down under, problems completed, but but they're not fixed either. Okay, so I can't really say that they have been fixed. So I'm gonna go ahead and leave them in the potential problems because, or in the problem section here, because I may need to kind of go back to it and um, make the adjustments necessary for those both of these to be fixed. So um, same for the um, for this particular problem here, the size of the eye. Okay, the fact that the eyes themselves has a little bit of a problem in that the size of the eye changes based off of whether or not they're just normal, angry, or worried. So I may need to fix that in the future. But again, it might be within that like margin of error that I don't really need to worry about it. It's if you were a paid artist in a particular project, trying to work on on a game, on a cartoon or something along those lines, you might want to make sure that you take care of those slight little problems, because it it might it might throw off the watcher, the person interacting with your media in some fashion or another. Okay, it might throw them off. It's like, wait, did I just see the eyes shrink? What? That kind of thing. Okay, so um, so the so this is a potential problem, but again, this is getting back into Unity, so we're gonna hold off on that for now. Okay. Um, okay. So we got some additional problems up here. Um, so I'm talking about like the animation controllers and so on and so forth. So this is stuff that I was kind of working on, like right then and there, before I switched over to um, rebuilding my art assets. Um, so we'll get back into trying to fix um, these particular issues, but um, it's one of the reasons why I'm kind of leaving them up there so that I can kind of go back to them and go, did I actually fix this? Do I need to fix this? You know, so um, you know, um, so yeah, it's one of those adjustments that you kind of wanna um, when you're working on a large project like this, if you don't correct the issue like right then and there, which can be difficult depending on your level of experience and um, you may need to just kind of record down what the problem is so that you can just kind of get back to it at maybe a later date. Like maybe you might get some more experience. You might find what the issue might be later on down the line. You know, it's good to kind of record down, you know, what problems you might be kind of facing so that you can kind of go back to it and try to fix those problems. You know, think of it like a to-do list. You know, like like if you like own your own home or something like that, and you're like, you're seeing some problems like, uh, you want to like repaint a room or something like that, or um, one of your faucets is leaking or something like that. You kind of want to write down all these potential problems so that you could probably fix them all at once or something along those lines. Okay, so or if you like have multiple faucets leaking and stuff like that, you can kind of go, okay, I'm gonna fix these, so I'm gonna go to the hardware, I'm gonna get all the necessary hardware that I need to get the problems fixed, come back home and fix each and every single last one of the faucets, and you can just go, okay, faucet fixed, check, faucet fixed, check, faucet fixed, check, that kind of thing. So, grocery list or something, same kind of mentality, write down what needs to be worked on, and when you actually get it done, then you can cross it out. I do it often because um, I may forget, a particular problem later down the line. Like if I don't fix the problem 2 weeks down the line, then I may forget about it, and then eventually I may stumble upon the problem again and go, oh yeah, yeah, I needed to have done that. I that's kind of the thing. Um, I do it with my games as well. Like for example, Warframe, which I'm going to be kind of, for those of you that you might not know, like for Warframe that I play Mondays and Wednesdays, I have a listing of all these Warframes that I don't own, resources that I want to kind of collect to like satisfy my dojo recipes, or I might want to um, collect some more resources for, a particular, major recipe or something like that. Like I wanted to try to grind for, one particular resource or something like that. I have it on a list, so I can always kind of go back to it and go, oh yeah, this is what I need to do, or this is something that I need to kind of work on a little bit more. So I can always kind of go back to it and resolve those issues later down the line. So, okay. But all all of the human assets are done. Don't need to worry about those anymore. So what we're going to do now, after I go use a restroom break because I need to, I'm going to start working on the animations for the enemies now. Okay, so we're going to start going into, um, it's not going to be as much as the humans, not as many assets, not as many animations for the monsters, the ghouls, ghosts, and goblins, but I still want to make some kind of animations for it so I can show them moving. So give me a minute or two to go use the restroom real quick, and I will be right back. So 1 second. All right, sorry about that, folks. Okay, so now I don't have any kind of extra frames or anything along those lines for the monsters. Okay, so I haven't really done any kind of animation for them already. Okay, um, so I mean, there's nothing I can really show um, when it comes to the ghouls, ghosts, and goblins. So we're gonna be working on that. Okay, and that that's gonna require a little bit of creativity, seeing that I don't know how I want to animate them. I mean, obviously, I want to have something that, shows that they're walking or they're idle or something along those lines. But, um, so, um, so it's not something that I can easily show the gift maker here. So, so we're going to go ahead and switch on over to our um, we're going to switch over to our ghouls here. So we have our ghoul prototype. Yeah, okay. So we have, oh yeah. So, so I wanted to kind of have kind of a similar style to like the construction workers and the warriors and the like, because I mean, they're basically the dead bodies, reanimated bodies of um, of the humans. So I'm kind of changing, I changed up the style of them. So um, now, now, one of the um, I'm not going to be doing any kind of um, I'm not going to be doing any kind of major adjustments for like harvesting or anything like that. We don't need to worry about that. Okay. Um, but I'm going to want to adjust this the um, for the idle, for the walking, and um, I'm not. I'm gonna need to, seeing that I'm also putting in the possibility of all the monsters for GGG, ghouls, ghosts, and goblins. I've also putting on the fact that they can also kind of carry traps as well. Now, do I want this as a trap? I don't know. Problem is that when you're looking at it from this kind of a distance, you might you might not really see it very well. So I'm not 100% sold on these trap types yet. Um, I might kind of cause myself some like additional issues along those lines, but um, at the very least, we can kind of work on getting um, we can kind of work on getting the um, get each one of these art assets built up. So, but then again, maybe I do need to have some kind of attack animation. Hmm. Hmm. This might actually be as long and involved the as the humans, at least for the ghoul. Um, oh hell, it looks like I'm probably going to be needing the same kind of adjustments for all of them, really. Hmm. Now, let's see. So the reason why I'm having this trap being super huge right at the moment is because I want the player to be able to kind of see it, to basically know, hey, this is dangerous. You need to try to get your um, you need to be able to get your humans to kind of avoid those traps because um, it's gonna be dangerous for you. But um, but I still need the player to be able to kind of spot them and go, oh, yeah, that's a problem. If I, for example, made the heart just about the size of the leg, for example, then that's super small. When you have the background that's also there, you're not going to be able to see that kind of leg with the background, you know, as much. Okay. Now, I mean, obviously, I'm gonna allow for the player to be kind of able to zoom in a little bit so they can kind of see a little bit better. Okay, but I need the trap to be something that is very uh, that stands out. Okay, it's large enough for the player to see. They can see it, what wherever, however, on the map, and it's like, hey, this is a trap. You need to make sure that you avoid it as at all costs or something like that. Okay. Um, so, um, but the problem that I'm having right at the moment is the fact that um, do I have the trap be the same size when it gets placed versus it being carried? So, for example, if I take a this trap here and I place it in their hands, you know, then it starts getting to be kind of it starts to be a problem because it's covering up the majority of the body. So, am I going to have to kind of adjust um, am I going to have to kind of adjust um, the trap when it's being held by um, the enemy? You know, that could potentially cause a problem for the player because now they aren't seeing the I mean, when they do see one of these monsters carrying a trap, they can't like adjust for it reasonably if they don't see the fact that the trap is like, in the monster's hands or something like that. It's like, oh, that guy's carrying a trap. I should keep an eye on him or something like that, to see where he's placing it down so I can adjust for it. Okay, if it's not like standing out, then, you know, uh, am I going to be basically causing some additional problems for the player, you know, when that, starts occurring in the game? Okay. So, if I zoom out, obviously the trap is, quite visible on on the individual right now. But what happens if I say, here, let me let me reduce it down in size here, make it about the size of, what you know, the tools that the humans had, and now it's a little bit harder to see. Now, I'm not really helping myself in the fact that, the color is the same here, um, so that's not good. But, I can always kind of change the color. So I can just kind of go here and um, we can just kind of adjust it to a different color here, like um, great. Um, That's not ideal here. Hmm. Now, if I had this be a little bit more darker here, and that kind of stands out a little bit more. It doesn't have any kind of conflicting color schemes or anything along those lines, so you can kind of see it a little bit better. So, again, I don't know whether or not I really want um, I don't know whether or not I really want these particular objects as the traps anyway. So, um, they're kind of placeholders for now. So I don't know if I really want to use them. But I think we're in a position where we'll move on for now. So, all right. So I want to open. I kind of like the black of the love there. So we're gonna adjust. Oh, come on. What the heck? Really? Move over. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and do this again. Adjust the color schemes. There we go. And now we group that back up again. There we go. And we'll go ahead and save that. Alright. Now I'm keeping the trap as a separate value so that when it eventually gets placed on the ground for, one of the human agents to eventually find, okay, it's going to be separate from the ghoul itself. So, for example, um, if the ghoul kind of sets down a trap and stuff like that, and the ghoul gets killed by like a hunter or something like that, what do I do with the trap? Do I just kind of leave it there? It eventually gets found by a human. They get kind of delayed for a short period of time, but they aren't really. There's no zombie there to kind of pick them up during that trap, so um, maybe after a hunter can kill off the zombie in question, they can disarm said trap. I don't really know. These are all little bits of gameplay that I'm kind of need to adjust accordingly to kind of work on the balance of said game. So um, these are all questions that I'll kind of have later down the line when the actual gameplay starts taking off a little bit more. But for now, we're not going to worry about it too much. Okay, but we're leaving that as a separate icon so that I can, you know, not only put it on the map separate from the zombie, But I can, or separate from the ghoul. Um, but I can also put that in, say, like a tutorial or something like that, or little help messages or something along those lines. So, ooh, zombies. Yeah, close, but not quite. you know, um, I misspoke. They're ghouls, even though they're similar in nature, I guess. Um, they aren't really the same. So, but alright, so we are going to need to work on the animations for this. So let's see. Um, so let's see. We're gonna do a new image here. We're going to take our ghoul here, and we're gonna copy him over here. Oh wait. Uh, hold up. Close that. Close without saving. I want to new from template. That's what I was missing. GGG asset, create from template. I'm using a template here because I want the size of the image to be the same no matter what, So, the size of the image to be the same for every single last art asset. Okay, I need it kind of contained within you know, a box, or in this case, you know, um, hexagon. So, if I start getting the value outside of the box, then it starts kind of bleeding into the other art assets, and we don't want that at all. So, all right, so we're gonna go ahead and copy this guy. We're gonna be pasting him in here. We'll go ahead and center him in the box completely. Now, I'm looking at this, and let's let's kind of compare it to the human here. Okay. The size of the size of the art asset for the human is a little bit larger than the size of the ghoul. So we're looking at pretty much the uh, same kind of size in terms um, of the window here. So if you're just kind of eyeballing, these guys in the same space, I guess you might say, these ghouls are really small right at the moment, and I should probably adjust that. Okay, try to keep them fairly the same, maybe a little smaller, because I mean we're talking about ghouls, so I mean they're not going to be um, they're not going to be having like a whole lot of fat or anything like that. You're going to be like seeing you know uh, they're just pretty much going to be like skin and bones for the most part. So um, but I do want to kind of have them be somewhat intimidating as well. So I need to kind of adjust their size a little bit here and make them Um, I mean, I still want to kind of keep with the idea of trying to keep the game somewhat silly so that it is available for everybody, but at the same time, um, I don't want the player looking at these guys and going, "Oh yeah, these guys are a pushover," because the game isn't going to be a pushover, or at least I'm not trying it for it to be too easy for the player. Um, you know, gonna I'm gonna set it up to be a challenge for the player. So, I don't want them looking at these guys and going, "Oh yeah, this is gonna be easy," and find out that, you know, oh, it's not. So, um, okay, let's see. Now, hmm, about it's about the same ish. Oh yeah, I think I did adjust the size of the body a little bit already to kind of show a slight difference between the two. Kind of forgot about that. All right. I think that is going to be good there. Um, so let's see. We're going to want to create um, some additional folders for the ghouls there. So here, let me. Okay, so what I'm gonna want to do is we're gonna want to kind of create some multiple folders for all the monsters, the ghouls, ghosts, and goblins, so that they can, um, do the different animation sets. So, um, attack, idle. Let's see, block. Um, let's see, what else? Um, let's see, what else do I need to do? Carry trap to location. Hmm. You know what? This is going to be a little bit more. These are going to be a little bit more animations and art assets than I was originally thinking about because um, so we're looking at like the idle animation for um, for the ghoul, but also we're going to need an idle animation for the ghoul with the trap. Same for the walking, and yeah, same for the walking. So um, So let's see. I'm gonna want to create different different sets, different you know ghoul um, let's see what am I what's the word I'm kind of looking for? Um, I want to make sure that I have certain groups kind of set up, one for with the trap and one without the trap. So so similar to what I had for the tools for the humans, I'm gonna need to do the exact same thing for the ghouls. So I'm gonna need more art assets um, than what I was originally thinking about. Um, so we're gonna need to do um, so regular ghoul and trap ghoul. Let's see. Let's go and rename this to actual regular ghoul. So, oh, Gould? No, no, it's not. It's not SG. Okay. Um. Okay. So we're going to kind of work on the idle there. Actually, let's go ahead and cancel that right at the moment. Let me go ahead and make the adjustments that I need to make over here. We're going to go ahead and copy all these folders that I created. Um, and then, okay, so we have all those folders in there, all those folders in there. That's good. Okay, so now we can go ahead and save it. Ghouls. We're looking at a regular ghoul, and we're gonna just say, here, hold on, let me see. Actually, instead of I want to kind of keep them all kind of grouped together for the most part. Um, so let's see. Let's go ahead with ghoul, idle, um, it's just ghoul idle and then, you know, one left. We're going to do a, now, seeing that we're not going to be doing any kind of circular eyes or anything along those lines, seeing that we don't really need to worry about um, too much animation or too much extra animation that we're kind of adding into here. Um, we don't need as many frames for say the ghoul. Okay, we're keeping them with the little angry face and leg. Okay, we're not rotating his eyes or anything along those lines. So we can just get away with having two animations. So okay, so like for example, here we're gonna go ahead and break these guys apart. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab our assets here, We're gonna adjust them ever so slightly to another height. So, let me, all right. So let's say let me go ahead and I'll just save it with what I got right here. So we're just gonna go ahead and group that all back together again. We're gonna go ahead and save it. So now, if I go here to GIF Maker, I've kind of talked about this in the past with the animation. So we go to our regular goals here, and we go. Let's go ahead and select both of our frames here, and we open it up. We have an animation right here. Okay, it's the most basic animation ever, just 2 frames. There is a slight difference, but because we're animating between those 2 different frames, we're showing, a movement, an animation. Okay, because I made the decision to kind of have the eyes of the human rotate in their positions, in 4 different positions, I needed more frames to kind of handle that. I don't necessarily need to do that with the zombie here. I'm not having any like little extra animations or anything along those lines. So these 2 frames handling the idle is enough. So um, and there's no like major like issues, or I'm not like screwing up their legs or anything along those lines. So we're good there. We don't need to worry about it. So um, so the idle animation is done, to be honest. So and it's looking fine. I didn't need to really worry about the adjustments on it. The position is fine. It's nice and centered. So we're good. Okay. But that is where we're gonna have to kind of close off here for now, there, folks. We've gotten to a point where um, it is now 6 o'clock. I'm gonna need to shut everything down. Um, but we made some decent progress today. We were able to fix a lot of assets that needed to be fixed. And so next week we're going to be focused on getting our monsters set. Okay. We're going to be working on our ghouls, we're going to be working on our ghosts, and we're going to be working on our goblins to make sure that the animations are done for that. And then once all that is done, then we're going to go ahead and upload it all into our Unity and try to get it set up so that we can handle, um, controlling the animations and start adding movement, which requires the changing of the animations. So there's a lot for us still left to do. Okay, a lot left for us to do. But once the art assets are done, then we're going to be looking, we're going to be looking more like an actual game that you know um, that hopefully people will enjoy playing. Um, Now, I made adjustments to the resources, so we're gonna need to kind of work on that a little bit, okay, to make sure that the resources are adjusted properly and centered properly and like, okay. Um, and then we're gonna need to look into um, maybe redrawing um, the hexagon tiles so that I can maybe get some cities or something like that made. I may need to kind of adjust it. I may need to kind of work on it a little bit on that. Um, the tile set that I have right now is okay, but again, it's another placeholder, so I may need to kind of work on that as well. May need to replace those art assets with something that is um, more in line with what I've kind of made so far already. You know, make the human city an actual city instead of just like, you know, a random tile that looks like a desert. Okay. Um, you know, for example, um, so there might so I may need to do some more art for the tile set afterwards. Um, so but obviously these are all future projects or future problems for this game. And once I solve each one of these, then we may actually be seeing something decent. Um, but I think the tile assets are good enough right at the moment that I'm not gonna change them right away. I think I'm gonna kind of save the change in the tiles for last because um, I'm gonna have a little bit of difficulty on trying to figure out how I want the look of each one of the cities are gonna be. You know, how will the human city look compared to the ghoul city, compared to the ghost city, compared to the goblin city? How are they gonna be different from each other? Um, you know, I need to make sure that they look um, so different in that they will never be confused for any of the other cities, for example. Okay, so we still got that to work on later. Okay, so we got so we still got quite a bit of work left to do, but I mean, like I mentioned before, you know, take it one step at a time, and we'll eventually reach that. We will eventually reach that goal. We will eventually reach that finish line. So, um, you know, does it help when you have other people working on the project? Yes, it does. Um, but as I've kind of mentioned before, I don't have this kind of set up to, you know, I made this in such a way where um, this is this is a project that I want to try to kind of um, keep tight control over because I mean it's my very first game that I'm making that I'm really going to be kind of sending out there into the world. So um, um, you know, I could adjust it for other people, but I need to have that kind of commitment from those other people. And the fact that I can't even pay anyone to handle this kind of commitment, you know, um, that's it's gonna have to kind of wait, in my opinion, for now. Um, so, um, you know, you never know. Once I do release it out to the public and it starts generating maybe some kind of income, um, because let's face it here, folks, there are a lot of games out there. Okay, a lot of indie games out there, and um, some make it, some don't. You know, take for example Among Us. Okay, that was made 2 years ago, and it's now taking off. So you know, you have to realize that you know sometimes um, if you're making, a game, a product, an application, a mobile app, what have you, it may never get the traction that you may want for it. Okay, and you may have to face reality that it may never happen. Okay, that's one of the things that you have to kind of understand. Unless you have some kind of like major corporation kind of backing your product, okay? Like if you have like Disney or EA or something like that backing up your game, then obviously you're gonna have eyes on it. But if, for indie games, you don't have that kind of luxury. You don't have that kind of support. You don't have that kind of media support and media backing and the like. So um, you have to kind of do it yourself. You have to kind of promote it yourself. You have to kind of, um, you know, so for example, when this game is done, okay, I'm gonna want to send this game out to other YouTubers, other streamers, other, um, to just kind of get it out there so people can kind of play it, record their interaction with it and send feedback. That feedback is gonna be what's necessary for me to um, maybe fix some bugs in the game directly, like fix the bugs that are happening like right then and there for that particular game, or I may take those kind of suggestions or comments that I see from players, and I may take that the um, into the second game or version 2 or something along those lines. Okay, so um, so I have to kind of be um, you know I need to hope for the best but prepare for the worst. So, but with that, we're gonna go ahead and close everything out here for folks. So all these videos will be uploaded to my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out if you like. All of these coding streams and, well, in this particular case, the art construction. These are all uploaded to my YouTube channel. I do have a playlist already kind of established for this, so if you're interested in seeing the development process for this game, you can find it there under the playlist. I have it under Unity programming, so feel free to check that out if you'd like. Um, you'll also find multiple other playlists for all the gameplay that I do for the rest of the week that I do on this channel. So feel free to check it out. Like, comment, subscribe on those videos. Okay. Um, I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch channel, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So if any of those interest you, um, come chat with me on Discord, say hi on Twitter if you want, or if you want to support me through Patreon, all of those are available down below on my Twitch channel, in the description of my YouTube videos, so you can always find them no matter what. So they're always there. So I have a schedule of everything that I do on this channel down below in the about section. Um, for my Twitch channel, you can see that you know, I play Warframe for Monday and Tuesday. I do the, Wednesday warships on Wednesday. I do these coding streams on Sundays. So you get to see um, what I do on a regular, on a daily basis during the week. So I don't really adjust it too often. But for example, I just finished off Force Unleashed on Friday and Saturday, So I'm going to be looking for another game to play on those days. So I need to kind of create a poll for that actually. So so look forward to that if you want. Okay, so um, but yeah, that's where we're gonna go ahead and close on out. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll catch you next time. But until then, have a good night. Take care. Stay healthy. Stay safe. And I'll catch you strangers next time. Oh, uh, almost forgot. There was a lot of people that came into chat, such as Jedi, that kind of joined me for the conversation, and I wanted to thank each and every single last one of them for being here. So, Zoltera, thank you for stopping on by. Half Bolt Games, thank you for stopping. Um, Janrika's, thank you for stopping on by. The Big Blooper, thank you for stopping on by. So, yeah, and that's it. So, Janrika's, thank you for the follow. So, yep, that's gonna be it. So, take it there, folks. Have a good night.